Good morning, good morning. We are back. We are back with part two of this trial. Uh, let's see what we hear today, man. It's pretty crazy yesterday, the stuff that we heard, but we shall see what we hear today and go from there, man.
Before we bring the jury in, Mr. Blair or Mr. Hoover, can you report, did you have a conversation with your client this morning at the jail?
We did.
Okay. And has he indicated his preference about whether he wants to be here today or not be here?
He has indicated that he does not want to be here today, that it is the Sabbath and it is a religious day for him.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay, Shelley, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Wow, so he is not in the courtroom today. His attorney met with him and he said that today is his Sabbath and he did not want to be in the courtroom. Wow.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, good morning, folks. Do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Dr. Kelly Cruz.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there.
Thank you.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Kelly Cruz. It's Kellylykrusse.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your occupation?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
How long have you held that position?
Approximately 6 years.
You're currently employed there, I presume, at the state?
Yes.
And you've been there for 6 years?
Yes.
How long have you been a physician?
I've been a physician since 2013.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Could you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my CV or my resume.
Is that a true and accurate reflection of your educational and work history?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit Exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Could you explain to the jury briefly just what it is you do in your job?
So I'm a board certified forensic pathologist. So I'm trained to perform autopsies. Those are examinations on deceased individuals, primarily to determine the cause of death. So what led for them to die, whether it be a natural disease or an injury. And then I determine manner of death, which describes the circumstances surrounding someone's passing. I perform autopsies, then write autopsy reports. I interpret toxicology findings. I read medical records. I teach medical students. I provide expert testimony and do other things within my office, but those are my primary duties.
Thank you. On or about January 19th of this year, did you perform an autopsy on Jennifer Dazey?
Yes, I did.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. Is that your report of autopsy?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is admitted.
And may I approach again?
Yes.
show you what's been marked Exhibit 26A. Are those photos or some of the photos that are part of your report?
Yes,
Did you select certain photos that you believe would be helpful in describing the injuries and your conclusions?
yes, I did.
And that's what's contained in that exhibit?
Yes,
Move to admit Exhibit 26A.
Any objection?
No objection.
26A is admitted.
So let's look at your autopsy report. And on page 1, you have pathologic diagnoses. Is that sort of a table of contents to the rest of your report?
yes, it is.
And it's a list of findings from your autopsy?
Yes, it's a summary of all of my findings, which includes the cause of death and many additional findings.
And then you elaborate as your report goes on, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, in Exhibit 26A, that group of photos, is that something that helps you in describing your findings in the report?
yes,
So let's start with your pathologic diagnosis number 1. And at any time when we go through and you're explaining this, if you would like a photo put up, let us know which one and we can put that up.
okay.
So on pathologic diagnosis number 1, could you explain what that means?
So the first diagnosis is my cause of death. The cause of death in this case was multiple sharp force injuries. Underneath that 1, I have an A, a B, and a C, where I group sharp force injuries in terms of location on the body. There were 3 main locations that had sharp force injuries: the head, the neck, and the left hand.
So under A, does that separate out those injuries to the head?
Yes, A describes the injuries to the head. There were a total of 13 sharp force injuries. There were cutting wounds and chopping wounds to the head.
And then under B?
Under B, there were injuries to the neck, a total of 2 chopping wounds to the neck. And then C lists another 2 chopping wounds, this time to the left hand.
And then under Roman numeral 2, additional injuries?
For additional injuries, in addition to the sharp force injuries, there were blunt force injuries. So injuries due to the body coming into contact with something with a flat surface. There was a contusion or a bruise on the back of the left forearm and some bleeding under the scalp on the left side of the head.
That would be the subgaleal hemorrhage.
Yes.
Then we've got Roman numeral 3 through 6. Do those relate to your cause of death finding?
No, as part of these diagnoses, I'll list natural diseases that I find. Even though someone may have obvious injury, I may know exactly why they die, I still perform a full autopsy and document all of my findings. So they're essentially incidental natural findings.
Okay, so let's go back to your evidence of injury. And we start out with the head wounds. Would you like a photograph there?
Yes. In terms of organization, I listed the head wounds first. I start on the right side of the head, then the left side of the head, move from top to bottom. So the first injuries listed are seen in picture number 4.
This one. May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So this photo is looking at the right side of the upper forehead. Here, there are a total of 3 chopping wounds. The largest has a squared appearance. It created a skin flap with the skin can be reflected upward. And on the lateral aspect of the head, when looking at the photo, it's on your left. There are 2 additional chopping wounds at the border of that larger chopping wound. That wound injured the skin and any soft tissue underneath the skin, and then it injured the frontal bone underneath it.
Did that particular wound penetrate the skull?
No, it only injured the outer surface of the skull.
All right. Where do you want to go from there?
The next wound that's listed is on the right side of the face, and that's seen in photo number 5. This is showing the right side of Miss Dazey's face, and there's a chopping wound on the right cheek. This chopping wound injured the skin, the soft tissue of the right cheek, and then the right side of the mandible or the jawbone.
What was the depth of that wound?
The depth of that wound was 1 5/8 inches.
Okay, what would be next?
The next wounds all were on the left side of the head, and these can be seen in photo 6.
Could you describe what your findings are there?
Here we have the top 2 larger wounds are chopping wounds. Both injured the skin, the soft tissue underneath the skin, the skull, the dura, which is a thin layer of tissue that covers the brain, and then the brain itself. That topmost chopping wound, within that wound is silver metal. That's from the decedent's previous brain surgery. The chopping wound actually fragmented that surgical material. Both resulted in fractures not only of the bone that was directly underneath the skin, but they resulted in fractures of the base of the skull. The topmost chopping wound injured part of the skull that's near the left eye, and then the lower one injured part of the skull that's near the ear canal. In between those 2 chopping wounds are 2 small cutting wounds. Cutting wounds just injured the superficial soft tissue or the skin. Below that second chopping wound is a small cutting wound on the face right in front of the left ear. Next, there were a total of, I was able to count with certainty 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. They were intersecting, but there were at least 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. And so those were all of the chopping and cutting wounds to the left side of the head.
I have left a laser pointer up there if you find that you want to point something out up here on the screen. As part of your explanation, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, so where should we move to next?
Next, I described the wounds to the neck, which are in photo 7. One of the wounds can be seen in this photo, and then this is just an extension. These are the cutting wounds of the neck. And then photo 7 shows both of them together, more on the back of the neck. So there were 2 chopping wounds to the left side of the neck, one more toward the front and one more toward the back. Those injured the soft tissue of the neck and then bones of the upper cervical spine. I did not appreciate any injury to the spinal cord itself, and those had a maximum depth of 2 inches.
What would be your next finding?
And then the next part of the body that had sharp force injury was the left hand. One of the injuries can be seen in photo 8. So this is looking at the left hand, the back of the left hand near the left thumb. Here is a curved chopping wound that created a skin flap that can be reflected upward. This injured the soft tissue of the hand and then a bone of the hand near the left thumb. Photo 9 shows the last chopping wound. This is the left hand again. So this is a chopping wound that injured 3 fingers, the index, the middle, and the ring fingers. The index finger has a pretty superficial wound by the fingernail. The middle finger was amputated as a result of the chopping wound, and the ring finger was nearly amputated as a result of the chopping wound. There's just some skin left that's connecting the finger to the hand. Injuries here included soft tissue and then bones of the fingers.
Are there any other findings that you think you need to touch on?
Those were all the sharp force injuries that I found, and then the additional blunt force injuries of the bruise of the left forearm and then some bleeding under the scalp. And those are the only injuries that I documented in my autopsy.
All right, just for a little housekeeping, I think I glossed over this, but the photo number 1. Could you describe what that is?
So when an individual is declared deceased and is going to be transported to my office for an autopsy, they're placed in a body bag, and that body bag is locked and labeled. So the blue lock there has a number on it that's documented at the scene and then documented in my autopsy report. That's important for maintaining chain of custody. And then the tag says who's in the body bag. A photograph here is taken to show that the body is received exactly as it was placed into the bag at the scene.
And that would be photo number 2, that photograph?
And then photo number 2 shows her exactly as she was received, with personal effects that include a pillow and 2 blankets.
And then photo number 3.
Photo number 3 is what we call an identification photo. Part of my job is also to confirm identity of the deceased individuals on whom I perform autopsies. We will compare them to their driver's license photos, other forms of visual ID, and then use surgical history and so on. So this is an example of an identification photo, which I compared to her driver's license photo. Her driver's license came with her to autopsy.
So once again, your cause of death was?
The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And specifically, can you identify any of those injuries that you believe were the fatal ones?
Really, you can die of any sort of sharp force injury or injury itself. In terms of the injuries that cause the most damage, especially damage to vital structures, those were the 2 chopping wounds on the left side of the head that injured the skull, the dura, the brain, and caused bleeding around the brain.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 14. Is that instrument consistent with the injuries that you viewed on Ms. Dazey?
Yes, this instrument could have caused those injuries that I documented.
And you can't say for certain as a physician that that is, but you can say it's certainly consistent with, is that right?
Correct.
And if you look at the blade of that instrument and the width, would it certainly be consistent with a blow from that instrument to take off the 2 inside fingers of a hand and injure the one but leave the other intact?
Yes.
The narrowness of the blade?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Can I ask one question, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Kind of got ahead of myself.
Go ahead.
If Jennifer Dazey's blood and DNA were found on that instrument, would that increase the likelihood of that being the instrument of her death?
From an autopsy standpoint, it doesn't change anything, but from an investigative standpoint, that would make sense, yes.
Thank you. Now I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Likewise, if that instrument had been in her home for a significant period of time, where she had been living for a significant period of time, you wouldn't be at all surprised to find her DNA on it, would you?
Her DNA, I suppose, no.
Good morning, doctor. And I apologize for, I asked the first question and now I'm going to say good morning.
Good morning.
Were you able to develop any timeline regarding the injuries?
No,
And were you able to develop a time of death?
no. For the death certificate, when it says date and time of death, it's when she was found and pronounced dead.
Okay. So you're not able to actually tell when this occurred, are you?
No.
Under your manner of death, you indicated that the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
Now, specifically, what does that mean to you?
Homicide is a medical determination. So unlike cause, where I have many different options, manner of death, I only have 5, a homicide being one of them. And homicide to me, it means death at the hands of another.
Okay. So that's a medical determination, not a legal conclusion.
Correct.
All right. And there's a distinction between those two things, isn't there?
Yes.
You're not making any statement with regards to guilt or innocence or who did it or any of that, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
In terms of timelines and time of death, you were not even asked to do that, were you?
No, that's not part of my job. I can document maybe changes that happen after someone dies, but no, that's not part of my report.
And as far as statements of guilt or who did it, you weren't asked to determine that either, were you?
No, that's not part of my job.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Another witness for the state?
We would call Stacy Schmeiser.
Okay.
And I think this is Zoom.
Let's do this. Let's give the jury about 5 minutes while we set this up and make sure that we can connect with the next witness. Folks, we're going to give you a real short break. Remember the admonition, 5 or 10 minutes, report back to the jury room.
All right, jury.
Stacy, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and we can hear you. Are you on? There you go. I was just going to ask if you can move your screen just a little bit. Okay. We'll be with you shortly here, okay?
Okay.
Joe and Heidi are right there. Just use the same link.
Are they with her, other witnesses?
Why can't we just use the same setup here and just boom, boom, boom?
If they're with her, if they're in the same location.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Joe and Heidi? Are they there in the same location as you?
Joe is here. Heidi is not, but I can have him grab her if you want her to come on the same.
I think what the attorney's thinking is we would just do all three of you consecutively. So we would take your testimony first and then take one of them next and the other one right after, if that works.
Okay, do you want to do Joe next and then you want Heidi?
Yes.
Preferably you and then Joe and then Heidi.
Okay,
Is that okay?
All with the same
Yes.
setup here?
Yeah, and they can just take your seat and jump right in with the same link.
okay, yes,
If that works for you, then you don't have to sign off and they sign back on a different computer.
yes, that will work fine.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll be with you in just a minute, all right?
Okay.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane, a boat and a car, and it was wild. So today, How Ridiculous have 50 million followers.
We're in the billions of views.
Tens of billions.
That's pretty good.
I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Please be seated, everyone. Ma'am, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay. You need to take an oath before you testify. Do you understand that?
yes,
Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Stacy Schmeiser, STACI-SCHMEISER.
Mr. Nelson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Schmeiser, what is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations.
How long have you been there?
I've been here approximately 25 years.
All right. We have here an Exhibit 30, which is your CV. I can't obviously show that to you because we're Zooming, but you know your CV, I trust.
Yes,
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your qualifications and educational and work history?
yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 30, Your Honor, by agreement.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
30 is admitted.
As part of your functions, job functions, did you receive a blood specimen from the Dubuque Police Department on or about January 30th of this year?
Yes, it was received into the laboratory on January 31st.
Okay. From whom was that specimen taken?
The name on the specimen was Tyler Dazey.
Was there an initial, well, let me go back. What exactly screening? What is your function?
In this case, I confirmed the drugs present in the urine, or I'm sorry, in the blood.
So that is part of your job. You test the blood, and what are you testing for?
We test for controlled substances in the blood.
Okay. Was there an initial screening done on that specimen before you received it?
Yes, there was.
What's the purpose of the initial screening?
The initial screening is done in the laboratory to give an idea of what additional testing it may require.
Would it be safe to say that if you had an initial screening, came up with nothing, that there would be no further testing?
Yes,
And if you come up positive on certain things on the initial screening, then it comes on to you for confirmation screening?
that's correct.
Okay. Is there anything else in terms of a description of confirmation screening in terms of what you do?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, I'm just saying, what exactly is confirmation screening?
A confirmation screening, we use that initial screening test results to know what type of confirmation to run, and then we confirm any drugs that showed up in the initial screening.
And you did in fact do the testing and screening, the confirmation screening?
Yes, I did the confirmation screening.
Okay, did you prepare a report indicating what your findings are?
Yes, I did.
And that would be Exhibit 31, Your Honor. I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
31 is admitted.
Could you explain to the jury here what your findings were?
Yes, I have my report that I'd like to refer to so I don't misstate any of the numbers.
You may.
I found the presence of 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol greater than 250, which was our highest calibrator. I found the presence of delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol at 14 nanograms per milliliter. I found the presence of 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, concentration of 9 nanograms per mil. I confirmed delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 5 nanograms per mil and confirmed the presence of delta 10 tetrahydrocannabinol and hexahydrocannabinol.
Are those all isomers of THC or variants of THC?
They're isomers of THC and metabolites of THC.
So in layman's terms, basically you're saying that this person consumed THC of various sources or from various sources.
Yes.
The numbers that you found, do they indicate heavy use, light use, or can you tell that at all?
It really varies in these type of levels. In a naive user could indicate recent use, but in a chronic user, these numbers can hang around for several days.
Could you explain the variations in these isomers of THC? What exactly are they?
Well, there were 3 types of THC, the Delta 8, Delta 9, and Delta 10. Delta 9 is the one that's been around the longest, that I think most of us are referring to when we say THC. There's a ring structure in the compound, and they've just shifted that double bond in that ring structure. So shifting it one way makes a Delta 10, shifting it the other way makes a Delta 8.
Who would be doing the shifting?
It does occur naturally in the plant, but in very small quantities, so it is more than likely made in a laboratory somewhere.
What would be the purpose in making those changes?
I think originally they started changing the compound to try and circumvent some of the laws. Some of those compounds have become popular because they give a slightly different effect in the high.
Would it be fair to say that some of those variants were lab created for the gummies and those sorts of things that are now being marketed?
Yes.
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, amphetamines, barbiturates, and other harder drugs?
That was tested for in the screening test.
And what was the results of that?
Those were negative.
So it'd be safe to say that Mr. Dazey did not consume any of those other drugs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
How you doing today?
Good.
Good. So, what is the differences as far as, I know you said that there can be a difference of highs, but as far as if you mix those, is there any different effect if you're mixing the different kinds of Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10?
They all have very similar effects, so it would be more of an additive effect.
Is there any dangers in mixing those?
There's no dangers per se of mixing those. There could be dangers in the amount that you would consume.
And if you know, what would those dangers be?
Someone can certainly overdose on marijuana. It isn't as dangerous as some of the other drugs, but they may have negative reaction.
Okay. Do you know what kind of negative reactions?
Just decreased mobility, decreased attention to details, changes in thoughts, mood, behavior.
Okay. Is sometimes paranoia a side effect?
Paranoia, anxiousness can be a side effect, yes.
And when they say tetrahydrocannabinol, what does that mean?
That's the compound that we're referring to as THC. It's the active component of marijuana.
And is there a difference between a blood test and a urine test?
Yes, there is.
And what is that difference?
Blood test shows what is currently in the blood. It typically has a little tighter time frame window. Urine test shows what's already been metabolized and excreted from the body.
And when you say a metabolite, what does that mean?
That's what the body breaks the compounds down in order to excrete them from the body. So we would call that a metabolite.
And are you looking for metabolites in the blood, or are you looking for something different?
We look for both metabolites and parent compounds.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, you didn't find any dangerous levels in the specimen that you tested, did you?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, who's the next witness going to be?
Joe Moret. Joe Moret.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Schmeiser.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Joseph Daniel Moret, JosepDanielMorrett.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. What is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory.
How long have you been employed there?
A little bit over 4 years.
Did you have any work experience prior to that?
I ran the biolab at a company called Ajinomoto North America in Eddyville, Iowa.
You provided a statement of qualifications. Is that an accurate representation of your educational and work history as well as your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 32, which is the statement of qualifications.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
32 is admitted.
While we're at it, I would ask to admit his report, Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
33 is also admitted.
Could you briefly explain what it is that you do as part of your job function?
I work in the toxicology section of the lab, and in the toxicology section, we test blood and urine for the presence of drugs and alcohol.
So on January 30th or 31st of this year, did you receive a urine specimen from the Dubuque Police Department?
There was a urine specimen received by the evidence room, yes.
Okay. Do you know from whom that specimen was collected?
The sample is labeled Tyler James Dazey.
Did you test or analyze that specimen?
I did.
Was there a preliminary screening done before you got the specimen?
Yes, there was.
What was the purpose of that preliminary screen?
The preliminary screen tests for classes or categories of drugs. If there is any of those tests that reach the threshold level of a positive screen, we send it on for confirmation testing, which is a separate type. There we will look and confirm a specific drug from that class.
Did you in fact do the confirmation testing on this specimen?
I did.
Did you also do a report on your findings?
I did.
And we have labeled that Exhibit 33. Could you explain to the jury what your findings were?
I found 2 drugs in the urine specimen. They are 11-nor-9-carboxy-delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol and 11-nor-9-carboxy-delta-8 tetrahydrocannabinol. And these are simply breakdown products of THC that someone has consumed.
And we had a little discussion previously about different versions of THC. Could you just briefly tell me what you know about that between like the Delta 9, Delta 8s?
So the structure of the drug overall is very similar. The only difference between the two is the positioning of a double bond on the molecule. Everything else on the drug is exactly the same shape. And since they're so closely related, they have similar effects on a human body.
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, barbiturates, amphetamines, and other substances?
The screen testing did. I did not test for any of those.
So if the screen testing came back negative on those, there would be essentially nothing above the threshold on those substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
So would the bottom line conclusion be that Mr. Dazey ingested certain forms of THC, but no other hard drugs?
At a level that would create a positive screen, correct.
Okay. What would be the difference between what you did and what Mr. Claybaugh did? Both of you tested urine.
Mr. Claybaugh did what we call an expanded screen. This test for a number of drugs that the initial screen doesn't cover. A lot of these are prescription drugs and less common drugs of abuse. So he looked to analyze for those drugs, and I believe he also did not find any controlled substances.
So we do an initial screen. If there's a positive there, then it goes on to confirmation. And then from there, it may go on to somebody else for additional testing for further substances. Is that accurate?
It depends on the case. Some cases do qualify for further testing, some don't.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. When you do the test of the urine, what's the timeline? How far back can your, test read?
Our test will only determine what quantity of drugs were in the urine at the time it was collected. So whatever time the urine was collected is the moment and space that we're analyzing.
Okay. Is there any degrading of the metabolites the longer that the sample is held?
It's possible that things can degrade slowly. We keep our samples refrigerated to help minimize that loss.
And do you know how, is there a time range from when the person ingested it to where it would unlikely show on the test anymore?
That very much depends on the manner in which they ingest it. If they are an infrequent user, a urine test would probably show for anywhere from 1 to 3 days. If they're a frequent user, they can test positive for weeks afterwards, even if they're not continuously using.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing further.
And who's our next witness, Mr. Nelson?
That would be Heidi Rogowski.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Heidi, Heidi, Rogowski, Rogowski.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, what is your occupation?
I currently work as a criminalist for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation at their criminalistics laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been employed there?
I started with them in March of 2022, so just under 2.5 years.
You have sent a statement of qualifications along, and I ask, is that an accurate representation of your education, training, qualifications, and work history?
Can you tell me the date on that document?
Revised June 27th of 2024.
Yes, that will be the most recent copy.
And that would be Exhibit 39. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No objection.
39 is admitted.
You hold a master's degree in forensic science, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
You also have many hours of specialized training on prints.
Yes, I've completed over 500 hours of specialized training through external vendors in the form of specialized coursework and attending professional conferences.
Could you explain to the jury here just what it is that you do?
My job focuses on the examination of items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. So items submitted to our laboratory, I will examine them to try to see or develop latent prints on those items. Those developed impressions can then be preserved through photography or lifting. And then that development is subsequently analyzed and compared to try to attribute those impressions to a particular source.
Could you just tell me what exactly is a latent print versus a known print?
A latent print is the chance reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. So on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet, we have a specialized type of skin known as friction-ridged skin. When this skin comes in contact with the surface of an item, there's the potential that an impression can be left behind. It acts similar to a rubber stamp, and then the sweat and oils located on that skin act as like an ink, leaving behind an impression. A latent print is considered a chance reproduction, and it happens naturally when the skin comes in contact with a surface just due to routine touching and handling. A known print is going to be the intentional reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. These are captured under controlled conditions where the goal is to record someone's friction-ridged skin. These are generally captured through physical means like inks and powders, or we can capture them digitally through a specialized device called a live scan.
What are the basic factors in the use of friction-ridged skin as a means of identification?
We can use friction-ridged skin as a means for identification due to the nature of friction-ridged skin itself. So the features within your friction-ridged skin vary significantly within the population. So if enough of those features are present in an impression, we can reliably differentiate one individual's impressions from another. Additionally, the skin is generally stable through adolescence to middle adulthood, and that allows us to verify an individual's identity over time.
Could you briefly describe the methodology or process that you use in making comparisons?
When we develop a latent impression, we go through a process known as ACE-B. ACE-B stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. During the analysis phase, we will assess the developed latent print to see if there are enough of those features present to move it forward to compare. If there is a lack of those features, our examination will halt and we will not proceed further. If there are enough features present, we will move on to comparison. Comparison is the process where we compare side by side the features within the latent print to the features within a known print. We look to see A, is the feature present in both impressions? B, is the sequence of all of those features in agreement as well? And then C, we look for if their spatial relationships or where they lie within the imprint are also in agreement. As that process moves forward, we transition into evaluation. This is ultimately where we arrive at a conclusion, and those conclusions generally are identification, the latent print and the known print originated from the same source. Exclusion, the latent print and the known print originated from different sources. And inconclusive, where due to one reason or another, we're not able to definitively identify or exclude the impression. The final step is verification. This is when a second trained examiner will repeat the process of analyzing the latent print, doing a comparison, and then arriving at a conclusion. If those conclusions are in agreement with one another, we will report out our findings.
On or about January 30th of this year, did you receive a hatchet from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze or test that hatchet and apply the methodology you have described?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report of your findings?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 40 at this time, which is the report.
Any objection?
No objection.
40 is admitted.
Are your conclusions set forth in your report?
Yes, they are.
What are your findings and conclusions?
Based on my examination of the hatchet, I was able to develop one latent palm print that was suitable for comparison. That developed latent palm print was searched through the Iowa Automated Biometric Identification System. And as a result of that search, it was identified to Tyler Dazey.
Where was that latent palm print located on the hatchet?
That palm print was developed on the handle of the hatchet.
The end, or is it somewhere closer to the head? Where about on the?
I would have to see the item. There should be markings indicating where that impression was developed.
What would the markings show?
We indicate develop latent prints with an indicator, so it would be the item number and a letter, and then you'll be looking for a bracket, and that indicates source and orientation.
All right, thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
What substances was the print made from? Was that from oil and or sweat from the skin?
The techniques that I use to develop the latent print would react with the regular components of latent print residue. So that would be sweat, oils, things of that matter.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at was this print wasn't left in blood, was it?
The techniques that I use do not generally react with blood. So this impression in particular, I would say was not in blood.
Okay. Were you able to determine when the print was left on the hatchet?
No, there is no way currently to date when a latent print was deposited on an item.
Are you able to tell how old a latent print is?
No, because we're not able to date when it was placed on an item.
Okay. And how long can a latent print last?
Depending on the conditions and how the item is handled, they can last for basically an indefinite period of time. So it varies, but I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate timeline.
Now, if somebody leaves a latent palm print on an object, and then somebody else comes along and touches that same area and say uses that device, what would you expect to see? What effect would that have on the print?
It depends on several factors. So if the second individual was wearing gloves, only the first impression would be left behind. If the touches overlapped, we could have what would be considered a composite. So you could have multiple impressions sitting on top of one another. And how the item was handled potentially has the ability to destroy impressions that were previously there.
Okay. You'd call those smudges, wouldn't you?
Smudges can happen during first contact, second contact, but yes, that would be a smearing of the impression.
Okay. Were portions of this palm print readable and other portions were not readable?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, parts of the print were smudged.
Yes, that is common of most latent prints.
And as I understand it, from what you just said, that could indicate movement at the time that the print was deposited, right?
Yes.
Or it could indicate that somebody else used the device or touched the device after the print was deposited.
Yes, I wouldn't be able to determine if it was a result of the initial touch or subsequent handling.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you actually had the hatchet there in your hands, didn't you, when you tested it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So would you agree with me that if somebody owns that hatchet and they own it for a period of time and they have it in their house, I don't know exactly what you do with an SOG hatchet, but I'm assuming it's either a hunting or a wood cutting device or something to that effect. But in any event, it wouldn't be at all surprising to find their palm print on their own hatchet, would it?
No, it wouldn't. If it belongs to a given individual, it would not be surprising to find their prints on that item.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. If this hatchet was scrubbed or washed in a shower, would you expect the latent prints to be destroyed?
Potentially, water and scrubbing has the ability to wash away or destroy latent impressions. Not having kind of more information, I wouldn't be able to say definitively if there would be no impressions at all.
Would it be more likely that these impressions were placed on the hatchet after the shower as opposed to before, based on your observations of them?
I wouldn't be able to make that determination.
But potentially the shower would wash away latent prints?
There is the potential, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Blair?
Did you see anything on the hatchet which would indicate that that hatchet was cleaned or showered?
The appearance of the ridges had a beading-like appearance in some areas, which would indicate that the residue was potentially extra wet at the time that the latent print was deposited. So I wouldn't count it out that the hatchet could have been wet at the time the latent print was deposited.
Could that also be from sweat?
Yes.
So if somebody touches it when they're very sweaty, that could produce the same thing.
Yes, it'll give the same appearance whether the item is wet at the time of contact or whether the hands are wet at the time of contact.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, are we all finished with the folks from the Ankeny lab?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You guys can disconnect.
Thank you.
Do we have another witness for the state?
Yes, we have Gage Claybaugh, and that we've done by Zoom, and we've recorded it because he is off in Europe somewhere today. So we would just play that by agreement.
Okay. Do you want to identify for the record, was his testimony taken under oath on a previous date?
Yes, it was an evidentiary deposition.
And is the date identified in the deposition? If not, why don't you place that in the record about when the testimony was given?
That would be July 11th, Judge.
Of 2024, okay.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have that queued up?
I have it ready to go.
What testing did you do?
I did our targeted screen is what it's called, and so it's a specific testing that we do if a case meets a certain criteria. So that criteria would be sex assaults, death investigations, or if it's requested by the officer. And it looks at different prescription drugs and some miscellaneous drugs.
This list that we have that I've marked as Exhibit 35A with a whole lot of different compounds on it, would that be the compounds that you test for?
Yes.
And what were your findings after doing the testing?
My testing was negative. So of the compounds on that list, I did not find any positives.
Was there a positive for marijuana metabolites? Or do you
Not on this. I did not test for that.
Is that a separate test from someone else at the lab?
Correct. It is a separate test.
And then you did a report concerning your findings, is that correct?
Yep.
And Exhibit 35, would that be the report that you did?
I believe so, yes.
And the report essentially says that you found nothing, is that right?
Yes.
It says, your report says no additional controlled substance. What's the significance of the word additional?
Yeah, so at this time we had separate reports. So we would do the initial screening and confirmational testing on one report, and then the targeted screen, which is what I did, we would do that on a separate report. So if the other analysts found, had a positive test, then on my report, if I didn't find anything, we would write no additional controlled substances.
So when you do the testing, there's a minimum threshold, is there not?
Correct, there is.
So there could be an amount in the sample or the specimen that just did not meet the threshold, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if it be a prescription drug, the fact that you said a negative finding doesn't necessarily mean that a person was not taking the drug, does it?
No, so my negative screen just means that no drugs pass that threshold is what that means. So
someone could have been taking a prescription drug at some level and been below that threshold is what I'm getting at. Is that right?
Potentially, yes.
Yes. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Hoover.
Yes.
Just a minute.
Okay. So, Mr. Claybaugh, just so I make sure I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is, as far as the test, did you not retest for any substance that was found positive, or it just when you retested it didn't meet the threshold?
Do you mind rephrasing that? Like, do you mean, would you?
Yeah, sure. So if I understand correctly, there was an initial test done, correct?
Correct, yep.
And it showed positive for some substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you did the targeted testing, did you not test for those substances that had already been found?
Correct. Yes. So the substances that I tested for are all on that list, all of the ones on that list. There might be, I can't exactly remember if there's some similarities with the testing. There might be a couple drugs that are similar. But of the ones that were positive and sent on for this, I don't believe there were any that were the same. It was, yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end. I don't believe there were any what?
I'm not sure. Do you want me to I can just kind of rephrase. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Yeah, so I was just saying, there might be some, I can't remember exactly if there are any of the same drugs on the confirmation test with the general. There might be a few, and of the ones that were positive on that confirmational test, I don't believe any of those were are on the targeted screen at all.
Okay. So, for example, if marijuana or some derivative of marijuana was on the previous test, you wouldn't have necessarily tested it on the targeted test, correct?
Correct.
And looking through that list, the THC is not on that list, correct?
Correct, yeah.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
I don't have anything further. Thank you very much, Mr. Clayball. We are finished for the day.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Do we have another witness for the state?
We do, however, she will not be here till 11.
Okay.
And as a matter of housekeeping, Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit exhibits 34, 35, and 35A.
Yes, I meant to cover that. There was an agreement by the parties during the deposition. Mr. Hoover, I assume no objection?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, for the record, 34, 35, and 35A are all admitted. Folks, good news, two things. We're ahead of schedule and you get a nice break now. Our next witness is scheduled to be here at 11. So you folks have about a half an hour. Use that time however you'd like. You can go for a walk. You can go home if you live close enough, as long as you're back by 11 o'clock. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw any conclusions of any kind. Make sure you report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Y'all look like it's a slow day. So right now I'm finna kick on some videos of the YSL trial. If anyone wants to stay around and watch that, I'm about to do that now. Just to see what's all going on with that. And I'm wondering, since they're taking a break now, are they gonna take a lunch today? Because he's only giving them 30 minutes. I think he usually gives an hour, but we shall see.
And we've got breaking news regarding the YSL racketeering case that has taken place for months at the Fulton County Courthouse. Now, once again, the trial needs a new judge. Newly appointed presiding judge Shakura Ingram has now recused herself from the case. The judge cites the arrest of a Fulton County deputy who was once assigned to her courtroom, who was in a relationship with one-time co-defendant YSL Christian Eppinger. Now, even though Eppinger is no longer part of this trial, Judge Ingram ruled she should disqualify herself because the public could question her impartiality. Now, the judge's action follows the removal of presiding judge Earl Glanville from the case. Another Fulton County judge removed Glanville, who was Fulton County's chief superior court judge, after weeks of contention between Judge Glanville and defense attorneys. Right now, there is no word on when a third judge will be appointed or when that trial will resume. But of course, we will keep you posted. Of course,
Just gonna keep this up.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, a witness for the state, please.
State would call Tara Scott.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Tara, T-A-R-A, Scott, S-C-O-T-T.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your present occupation?
I am a criminalist in the DNA section at the Iowa DCI Crime Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been there?
I've been in this position since October of 2007.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So it's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is my SOQ, or Statement of Qualifications.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your education, training, and work experience?
Yes.
I'd move to admit Exhibit 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
36 is admitted.
Could you explain just what it is that you do at the laboratory?
So in the DNA casework section, we get evidence that is submitted by police agencies throughout the state. We look at that, we determine if we need to do any screening for body fluids, take samples for DNA, develop DNA profiles, and then compare those to any known DNA profiles that are submitted in that case, write a report to our findings, and then testify if necessary.
Could you explain to the jury just exactly what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the unit of heredity that is in all cells that have a nucleus in your body. You inherit half your DNA from your mother, half your DNA from your father, and it is shown to be unique except in the case of identical twins.
Where is DNA found?
It is in the nucleus. The nuclear DNA that I test is found in the nucleus of the cells. So it's in blood, seminal fluid, saliva, skin.
How do you examine items for DNA?
Depending on the item and what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for a body fluid, I will do first a visual exam in natural light. If I can't see anything with that, we have alternate light sources that we can use to try to visualize DNA. And then we do a screening test, if applicable, and take a sample from it.
How do you process DNA?
So the cutting that we take, or sample that we take, it goes into a tube, and then we do what's called an extraction, which gets the DNA out of the cells and into a solution. From that, we do what's called a quant that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample. And from that, we perform what's called an amplification that copies that DNA, and then we use a 3500 genetic analyzer to visualize that DNA profile.
What areas of DNA do you test?
There are currently 21 loci or locations on the DNA that we test.
How do you compare DNA found on evidence to a specific individual?
So we use the profile that we develop, and we also develop profiles from known blood or buccal samples. And then we make a comparison based on those two profiles to see if the alleles that are in each loci or location are the same or different.
So on about January 30th of this year, did you receive items from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
I did.
Did you in fact perform testing?
I did.
Did you author 2 separate reports concerning your testing?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked, State's Exhibit 37 and 38. Could you tell me what those documents are?
37 is the DNA report that was issued on March 4th of 2024. That is my initial report. Item 38, Exhibit 38 is a report I issued on April 3rd of 2024.
Are these both true and accurate copies of your reports?
Yes, they are.
I would move to admit Exhibit 37 and 38.
Any objection?
No objection.
37 and 38 are both admitted.
So if we look at Exhibit 37, on the first page, there's a listing on there. Could you explain what that is?
That is under the heading of items as described by submitting agency. So the list lists the lab number that is assigned once it's submitted, the agency case or agency item number, and then the description that the agency gave us.
And then there's a listing of the items that you tested?
This was all that was submitted. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't necessarily test all of them?
Correct.
Why would you not test some of them?
We tried to look at what would be considered the most probative evidence first. And if we develop profiles from that, don't necessarily look at everything in the case, but we can always go back if requested to.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 37?
Yes.
So of all those items, which ones did you test? Or should I start with which ones did you not?
Let's see here. The ones that I did not examine at that time were the nasal swabs, the right-hand finger clippings, and left-hand finger clippings from Tyler Dazey.
Those would be numbers 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
And then if you go to the second page on your results of examination, that would explain that.
Yes, on also on items 15 and 16, which were the right-hand fingernail scrapings and left-hand fingernail scrapings from Jennifer Dazey.
Okay, you also did a sexual assault kit.
Yes.
And were there any findings there of significance?
Well, screening did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the items, and no sperm were observed, and no DNA factors foreign to Jennifer Dazey were detected in the profiles developed from the epithelial fraction of the oral sample, the epithelial fraction of the anal sample, or the epithelial fraction of the vaginal sample.
So in layman's terms, no significant findings there?
There's nothing foreign to Jennifer Dazey.
Thank you. So then you also looked at items 7 and 8.
Yes.
And these were blood stains from the dining room and from the hallway, is that correct?
That's what they're labeled as, yes.
What were your findings on those specimens?
For item 7, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from dining room, and the DNA profile developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So it's safe to say that the blood belonged to Jennifer Dazey?
Unless she has an identical twin.
And that would be the same for for number 8, 7 and 8 both?
Yes, screening also indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from hallway floor, and the DNA profile developed matched the known of Jennifer Dazey with the same statistic.
Okay, item number 9 was a swab from the bathroom sink. What were your findings on that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom sink. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals, and due to the mixture complexity, no further interpretations can be made.
Could you explain a little bit about what the mixture and complexity mean as it pertains to DNA?
Yes. So when I said you get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your father, so you have 1 or 2 alleles at each location. When you have multiple people, you will see 3 or 4 alleles at each location. When there is not enough difference in the contributors, so if they're about equal or if there's a very low amount, you'll be able to see that you have multiple people, but you won't be able to separate the 2 profiles out.
So in other words, there was DNA there, there was just a mix and you couldn't pull out any individual people, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's look at item number 10, the hatchet. What were your findings on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 2 stains on the blade and head of the hatchet. But screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas on the handle of the hatchet.
Did you do that screening for blood or did someone else?
I did.
When you handled the hatchet, what condition was it in?
I'm not, it was.
Did it appear to have been cleaned or scrubbed or washed?
Not that was obvious, no.
Were there, cakes of mud or dirt or anything on it?
Not that I recall.
Did you find blood on the handle?
Yes.
What were your determinations on that?
Well, I took 1 sample at this time from one of the areas, and the DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And again, meaning to lay people?
There's some DNA on there, but there's not enough to determine a profile that is strong enough for comparison.
Okay. Item number 11, you took sample from the bathtub drain. What was your findings there?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom tub drain. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Tyler Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 130 septillion. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you find evidence of blood in the sample that you took from the bathtub drain?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on those swabs, yes.
Was there any testing done to determine whether that was human, animal, or other type of blood?
No, the only thing I did at this time was the DNA testing after that.
Okay, so the DNA testing that you did, you found DNA, but that didn't necessarily come from the blood, did it?
It's possible it came from another source, yes.
So if someone took a shower and shed skin or hair or any other things, that could give up DNA as well, is that right?
Yes.
How does DNA degrade?
So with cleaning products, again, for example, in our lab, we use either alcohol or bleach, a 10% bleach solution to clean between cases and clean our racks and stuff that we put samples in. So that would degrade UV light. So that any other cleaning products and sometimes time, heat, they can all degrade DNA.
If a person had taken a shower recently, would you think there'd be a better probability of finding DNA as opposed to someone who took a shower a week before in that same tub?
Yes.
All right, let's look at number 12 and 13. We might as well do them together. Those are blood spatters. What were your findings on those?
So for number 12 and 13, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box and bedroom wall. The DNA profiles developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So when you get those samples, there may be DNA in a house, for instance, on the wall of someone, right?
That's possible, yes.
And if you have blood on there and you take that sample, is the likelihood of the DNA being in the blood higher than the DNA that would just be pre-existing on the wall before the blood was there?
Yes.
So it would be very unlikely to take a sample of blood and find that the primary contributor was the person whose DNA was on the wall to begin with, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think it would be more likely in this for blood on a wall when you take a sample for the DNA profile, especially a single source, to be from the blood as opposed to background DNA that's on the wall.
So the blood would be the primary one, as you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And there may be other DNA mixed in, but it's going to be minimal.
In most circumstances, yes.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 38. Yes. May I publish Exhibit 38, Your Honor?
Yes.
And again, on this one, we've got 4 items listed. Did you test all 4 of those?
I did.
And this was a follow-up testing
Yes.
you did later? Why did you do a follow-up testing?
I spoke with somebody from the Butte Police Department and they requested additional testing.
Okay, so let's look at 3 and 4. What were those?
3, the screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey. And the DNA factors detected from swabs of the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
That would not be uncommon, would it?
No.
In taking fingernail clippings?
That's not uncommon, no.
How about item number 10?
The screening indicated the presence of blood on 2 areas of the handle of the hatchet. No DNA profile was developed from swabs of the area on the SOG side of the hatchet handle. The DNA profile developed from swabs of the area under the S on the hatchet handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 2.5 octillion.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And you what's been marked Exhibit 14. Is that the same hatchet that you examined?
Yes, it is.
Can you see your marks on there?
Yes, I can.
Could you show the jury where you did the testing on there?
On this side, under the blade side on the handle is where you can see I've circled it and I have 10.1 listed. 10.2 is adjacent to that on the adjacent side of the handle. And then 10.3 is a small stain here under where it says the SOG here on the towards the bottom half of the handle. And that's where I circled and tested that area.
So when you say under the S, that means below it on the handle, not actually under it.
Correct.
So your findings on 2 of those did not show any DNA, or you couldn't get a profile, is that right? Or am I misreading that?
Yes. So in 10.1, the DNA factors detected were too weak. 10.2, I did not develop a profile. And so yeah, if that answers your question.
Yes. And 10.3 is where you did develop that profile.
Correct.
And again, that was Jennifer Dazey?
The major contributor, yes.
Yes. And you had another individual there, but that was not enough to develop the profile, is that right?
Right. There is one additional factor present that was insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you take swabs of the blade of that hatchet at some point?
Yes.
What did you find from that?
Screening did not.
Use Kayak's filters to find hotels that have the free stuff you want. Download the Kayak app now.
Detected from swabs of the blade of the hatchet were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Could that be that there may have been blood on there which had been scrubbed or wiped away and left some DNA, but not enough to make a profile?
That's possible.
Did you find any actual blood on that weapon when you tested it?
The 3 areas that screen positive for the presence of blood.
But that wasn't visible to the naked eye, was it?
No, they were small and dilute stains.
Yeah, so you had to test for that just to pull it out of there? Would it be safe to say that this weapon had been cleaned of blood at some point, leaving only that little bit of residue behind?
That's outside my area of expertise.
Fair enough. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination. I've got it.
$37?
Yes.
Now, and you just testified about that in some detail, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about a few of these things. One of the things I want to ask you about is sources of DNA. Blood is one source of DNA, isn't it?
Yes.
What other sources of DNA are there?
Saliva, skin cells, seminal fluid.
Okay. We excrete DNA pretty much all the time, don't we?
I'm not sure what you mean by excrete.
Well, for example, there's even some small amount of DNA in the moisture in my breath, isn't there?
Yes, that would be from the skin cells inside your mouth.
And when I touch something, if I'm the type of person who leaves DNA, I would leave DNA on pretty much anything and everything I touch.
Potentially.
And the longer I'm in an area, for example, if we're talking about my bedroom, or we're talking about an item that I handle on a regular basis, like a jewelry box, I could leave a lot of DNA on those items, couldn't I?
You could.
If I've been living in a location for a number of years, those skin cells can actually accumulate, can't they?
Yes.
And I understand there's some degradation, but depending on the level of cleaning and what's used to clean. And we can clean with some things and it doesn't really affect the DNA, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about a few of the items up here. I understand that initially you did not test items 2, 3, and 4. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll talk about those when we get over to State's Exhibit 38. The first thing I want to talk about is item number 7. Now, this is reported as being a swab from a possible blood stain in the dining room.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we heard, well, I believe on direct examination, you testified that you were able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes.
And that the swab tested positive for blood. Is that right?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
And I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Did you say that that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I did not.
If you did say that, that's actually more than you can say, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You can't say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
No, I can only say that the profile developed from that swab matches her.
Okay. And that's for a couple of different reasons. Number one, did you test item 7 to determine if it was human or animal blood?
I did not do that test, no.
Were you aware that there was animal blood in the area?
Yes,
Okay. But you didn't test to determine whether or not the blood stain in item 7 was human or animal blood.
correct, I did not.
And as I understand it, when you swab an area, especially if it's wet, for example, if I touch a table and I walk away, but if I get that wet with something and I swab it then, doesn't that actually increase the number of skin cells and stuff that I'm going to pull off of that item that I'm swabbing? Potentially, if there's skin cells there.
Okay.
If there's DNA, touch DNA on that item, and I then moisten it a little bit, and then I swab it, I'm going to get the moisture, but I'm also going to get the touch DNA, aren't I?
You could potentially, if there's some there, yes.
Okay. And the fact that it's moist might actually increase the likelihood that I get that touch DNA, doesn't it?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know if the DNA profile that you detected, and I understand it was Jennifer Dazey's DNA to the 310 octillion or something like that. Is that right?
The statistic, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that DNA came from the blood, or did it come from skin cells or touch DNA that was located in that same area that was swabbed?
That cannot be determined.
And the likelihood of whether or not it came from one or the other would depend on whether or not that was animal or human blood to some extent, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
Because if it was animal blood, you're not getting human DNA from it, right?
Correct.
It would also depend to some extent on how much exposure to her DNA that location on the floor had had, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
All right. And that's essentially why you're not able to tell us whether or not item 7, even though it tested positive for blood, you're not able to tell us whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood.
Correct.
Are you?
I cannot say that, correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you would expect to find touch DNA and, well, essentially touch DNA or skin cell DNA from other DNA sources for someone where they live?
In some areas more than others, but yes, in the areas that they live.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of these. Number 8 is a swab from a possible blood stain in a hallway. Did you screen to see, well, let me ask you this. Did you screen to determine whether blood was present?
Yes.
Okay. Did you screen to determine whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that DNA profile came from the blood, or could it have come from other touch DNA located on the swab?
I cannot say with any certainty that it came, or with any, I cannot say for sure whether it came from the blood, no.
Okay. And it would not be unusual to find Jennifer Dazey's DNA on the hallway floor right outside her bedroom in a house where she's lived for several years, would it?
On a general floor in a house, I would not necessarily expect to find that a large amount of DNA. So is it possible? Yes.
Okay. Did you find a large amount of DNA?
I'd have to refer to my notes to see what the estimate of that was.
Okay. Let's talk about item 9, which is the swab from a possible blood stain in the bathroom sink. Did you screen that swab for blood?
Yes.
And was there blood present?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test to see whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
There was DNA factors detected, yes.
Okay. Were you able to develop a profile?
I'm not sure what you mean by develop a profile.
Were you able to determine whose DNA it was?
No, I was not able to determine whose DNA it was.
All right. Sorry, they have our computers on a timer. With regards to, we'll skip item 10 because for the moment, with regards to item 11, that's the swab from around the bathtub drain. And I think you testified about that. It's on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. You would expect to find a lot of different sources of DNA in a bathtub drain, wouldn't you?
There are potentially a lot of sources, yes.
Okay. Now, this was swabbed. You didn't actually see the drain. You just saw the swab from the drain, right?
Correct. I saw only the swab.
Okay. Did you screen the swab for blood?
Yes.
Okay. Did the screening test positive for blood?
The screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
And I apologize because, obviously you know what my next question is on each of these, but we still need to go slow so that she can take it all down. We can't talk at the same time. Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop?
There was a mixture of DNA on this, and the profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known of Tyler Dazey.
Now, are you able to say that that's Tyler Dazey's blood?
No, I am not.
Okay. And that's because the DNA profile could have come from, skin cell DNA or hair DNA or any of the other sources of DNA that you would find in a bathtub drain.
Potentially, yes.
And you would expect to find somebody's DNA in the bathtub drain where they tend to bathe, wouldn't you?
I would say it would not be an unexpected finding to find their DNA there.
Okay. Item number 12. This is an interesting one. Item number 12 is a swab from possible blood stain on the top of the jewelry box in the bedroom. Is that right?
That's what it was listed as, yes.
Okay. You didn't actually see this jewelry box. You just saw the swab.
Correct. I only saw the swab.
Did you screen the swab for blood?
I did.
And did it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box.
Did you test to see whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes.
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop from the swab?
The DNA profile developed matched the known of Jennifer Dazey.
Now, and this may seem silly, but you're not actually able to say that that DNA profile came from the blood, are you?
No, I cannot say that.
So you can't actually even say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
I cannot say that.
Moving on to item number 13. That was a swab collected from a blood stain on a bedroom wall. And I understand your testimony on direct examination was that
An unexpected finding either.
okay. Was item number 13 tested to determine whether or not there was blood present?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of the test?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bedroom wall.
Did you test to see whether or not it was animal or human blood?
No, I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes, I was.
And as I understand it, that was Jennifer Dazey's DNA.
Correct.
Are you able to tell us whether or not that DNA came from the blood on the swab, or did it come, or could it have come from other sources of touch DNA on the swab?
I cannot say.
So you're not able to actually tell us whether or not that blood is Jennifer Dazey's blood either?
I cannot say that.
Let's move to State's Exhibit number 38. And I put that up there on the screen for you as well. The state didn't really talk about this one, but I think I want to talk about it just to emphasize the point. Item number 2, that was a nasal swab collected actually from Tyler Dazey, wasn't it?
That's what it was listed as, yes.
Okay. And you would expect to find Tyler Dazey's DNA in his nose, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. It would be in the mucus in his nose. He's got hair in his nose. I mean, all those different sources.
Mucus and skin cells, yes.
Okay. Now, when you tested that, did you test it for the presence of blood?
I did.
Did it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the nasal swabs from Tyler Dazey.
Okay. Did you test that to determine whether or not it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, I was.
And whose DNA profile were you able to find in the swab?
So there is no DNA factors foreign to Tyler Dazey in the profile developed from the nasal swabs.
So you found Tyler Dazey's DNA in the swab?
Yes.
Okay. But interestingly enough, you're not able to say that that was Tyler Dazey's blood, are you?
I am not.
And that would be for the same reasons we've discussed before, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's talk about item 10. All right. I understand that you screened two additional, item 10, you initially screened one area. Is that right?
I initially screened 3 areas.
Okay.
Actually, on the handle only.
Right.
Okay, so there's 3 areas on the handle that I screened initially.
When I look back at when you screened those 3 areas initially, what did you find in your report dated March 4th?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas of the handle of the hatchet.
Okay. As I understand it, at that time, you only tested one for DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be the one that's marked on the hatchet as 10.1?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any DNA factors at that time?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
The DNA factors were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Did you test to determine whether or not that was human or animal blood?
10.1, I did not.
And I think you said that you also tested the blade and head of the hatchet?
Correct.
But you didn't find blood on the blade or head of the hatchet?
Yes, screening did not indicate the presence of blood on blade and head of the hatchet.
Now, looking at exhibit number 38, your report dated April 3rd. You then tested 2 more spots on the hatchet, as I understand it, 10.2 and 10.3. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, these 2 areas had already tested positive for the presence of blood?
Yes, screening indicated the presence of blood on those 2 areas.
Did you test to determine whether or not it was animal or human blood?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine?
It was human blood.
All right.
The screening test indicated.
For both 10.2 and 10.3?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to develop, as I understand it, a DNA profile on only 10.3?
Yes.
And that was the DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey?
The major contributor was, yes.
Okay. And there was a minor contributor who wasn't identifiable?
Correct.
Were you able to detect any DNA on the blade of the hatchet?
Yes.
And I know you testified on direct examination a little bit about this, but the fact that you were able to detect DNA on the blade of the hatchet what does that indicate with regards to the likelihood that the hatchet was washed or cleaned or scrubbed?
I can't say. That's outside my area of expertise. I can't say whether that indicates or does not indicate cleaning.
But you actually did find touch DNA is what it would have to be, right?
I can't say the source of the DNA. I can just say it did not screen, the screening test did not indicate the presence of blood.
But there was DNA on the blade of the hatchet?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a profile?
There were factors detected, but not enough to make any interpretation.
With regards to the DNA profile that you developed, on 10.3. All right. Are you able to say definitively that that came from the blood?
No.
So you're not able to say whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I cannot say that.
Were you ever asked to test a shower curtain?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. You're a scientist, aren't you?
Yes.
You can't say much of anything in the scientific world with absolute certainty, can you?
No.
So when you're answering these questions today about certainty, that's sort of where you're coming from, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolute certainty. But in many cases, you can say there's a very high likelihood, couldn't you?
Yes.
So if you take swabs of blood off the floor and off of the jewelry box on the wall, it is possible to get other DNA, correct?
Correct.
But isn't blood usually swabbed because it's a very good source of DNA?
Yes.
So when you take a blood swab off of a wall or jewelry box or any other item, wouldn't you expect that to be the dominant contributor when you're testing for DNA, as opposed to background DNA that might have been there before?
In most cases, yes.
When you do a blood screen, that's just a test for blood or not blood, isn't it?
Correct.
And for the most part, it doesn't test for human or animal. It's just blood, right?
For those screening tests, it's just whether or not it is blood.
If you tested animal blood, would you expect to find animal DNA?
With the testing that I do, we only detect human DNA.
So if it were animal blood, you wouldn't detect anything based on your testing, correct?
I would not get a profile from animal blood with the testing that I do.
If you had animal blood, you're probably not going to get a DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey from that, are you?
It would not come from animal blood if it was her profile, correct?
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Blair?
That's kind of a misleading question though, isn't it? Because the swab doesn't just have the blood on it, does it?
I don't know what the swab has on it, besides that it's screened positive for blood.
Right. And if it is animal blood and you detect human DNA, that human DNA would have had to have come from some other source, right?
Yes, if it was animal blood and a human DNA profile, it would have had to come from some other source.
Okay. So when you say that blood is a dominant contributor for human DNA, only human blood is a dominant contributor for human DNA.
Yes.
And that's the problem, is that if you haven't determined whether or not it's human or animal blood, you don't know whether or not the human DNA came from the blood or from some other source of DNA.
I can't say with certainty that a profile from blood swab does not have any other sources of DNA in it.
And that's one of the reasons why you're not able to tell us whether or not any of the blood is actually Jennifer Dazey's blood, isn't it?
I cannot say with certainty that the profiles I developed from the swabs are her blood, no.
Not just with, well, not even a reasonable degree of certainty, are you?
There's no statistic or studies that I'm aware of that have tried to determine a number to put to that or a degree of certainty.
Okay. Nothing further.
Not to beat dead horses, but you can't say with absolute certainty, but you can say with a pretty high likelihood, can't you?
Yes, we do use known blood samples taken from a person to develop known profiles. So I know that you can get DNA from blood and the white blood cells that are in blood. I can't give a real number or certainty to if it was another source.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect spot for us to break for lunch. Remember the admonition I've given you before. Report back to the jury room. We'll try to start up again around 1:20.
Do it all for a lot less with the lowest prices on summer essentials. Grab savings on pine shavings, now $4.79. And our 5-gallon buckets, now $2.99. At your neighborhood Rural King or ruralking.com.
Okay, do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Kurt Rosenthal.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Kurt, K-U-R-T, Rosenthal, R-O-S-E-N-T-H-A-L.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your current employment?
The City of Dubuque Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
I will have 22 years on this September.
What are your present duties?
I am an investigator with the Criminal Investigation Division.
How long have you been there?
I'll be back there for 5 years come this September.
Do you have any special training and qualifications required to do your job?
I've been through multiple trainings over my career specific to CID. I've been to crime scene schools, interview and interrogation, homicide school, and countless others.
Do you have certain trainings and certifications that are required as part of your employment?
Yes, sir.
Are you up to date on all of that?
I am.
On January 18th of this year, were you called to 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of that call?
Shortly after 8:50 in the morning, we were alerted of a suspicious death call at 1605 Avoca. We gathered up in the office. At that point in time, we were advised that the decedent was Jennifer Dazey, and it appeared that it was a homicide.
Did you respond to that alone, or did you go with somebody?
No, at 9:03 that morning, Corporal Hoff and I got in a car together and traveled up to Avoca, arrived on scene about 9:10.
When you arrived at the scene, what did you do?
As soon as we got on scene, we were advised that the initial person who found Miss Dazey had encountered her son, Tyler Dazey, inside the residence, and we believed that he was still inside. So at that time, I went to the south side of the residence as part of the perimeter.
Were there other officers also securing the perimeter?
Yes, so there was multiple officers on scene.
What do you do when you take the perimeter?
We're just covering points of exit, make sure somebody doesn't run out the back door or jump out a window.
You also looking so nobody goes in while officers are clearing?
Absolutely.
Do you also check for signs of forced entry?
Yes, but based on where I was located, that really wasn't a duty of mine.
At some point, did you learn that the house was cleared and someone was in custody?
Yes, I heard radio traffic from one of the patrol officers inside that they had one in custody.
What did you do at that point?
At that point in time, I circled around to the front of the residence, and at the front door, I came in contact with my captain, Captain Style. He had already been inside, kind of briefed me on the injuries that he observed, and noted that Tyler Dazey was in fact the person they had in custody. At that point in time, we kind of decided who was going to do what moving forward, and I was tasked with trying to interview Mr. Dazey at the Law Enforcement Center. And then Corporal Stair was going outside to get a Tyvek suit so that we could dress Mr. Dazey, and that's when I entered the residence.
What did you observe when you entered the residence?
I walked through the living room and to the north portion of the house where the two bedrooms were. As I got in that area to my left in the west bedroom, I saw Officer Slight down on a knee, and he had secured Mr. Dazey, who was face down on the ground and was naked. Corporal Leck was also in that room. At that time, another officer on scene directed me back to the living room to point out Echo, the dog, dead on the couch. I then returned back to the area of the bedrooms. I peered into the east bedroom, and I could see that Miss Dazey was clearly deceased in her bed. I took a few steps into that room. I was only in the room for maybe 15 seconds, but I was able to note the severe lacerations to her head and face. There was pooling of blood near her right side of her neck, and I could also see that she had a couple fingers severed on her left hand. I backed out, and then I went back into the west bedroom where Mr. Dazey was being secured.
Did you observe a toolbox in that bedroom?
I did. Inside of that bedroom, there was a large black and blue toolbox on wheels like a mechanic would have in their shop.
At some point along the way, this will be much later than being at the house, we'll come back here, but did you have any involvement in tracking Kylie Frey's movements around on January 17th and January 18th?
I did later in the investigation.
How did you go about doing that, and what was the purpose?
I don't know if anybody spoke of this yet, but I think we have over 1,000 traffic cameras within the city of Dubuque. Pretty much every main intersection in town is covered. The downtown area, there's pretty much every single corner is covered. So I utilized traffic camera footage to track her movements throughout the 17th and the early hours of the 18th. At the time, Kylie was residing in the 2400 block of Jackson. There is a bank of cameras right at 24th and Jackson. So I started reviewing those from the morning of the 17th, and I was able to track her movements all the way until she comes to the scene on Avoca after police were already on scene.
Why were you tracking her movements via those cameras?
As part of any investigation, especially in a homicide, not only are we looking for evidence to identify possible suspects, we're also trying to exclude potential suspects. So in this case, we're just following up on her statements she gave to other officers about her whereabouts.
So when you start an investigation, it's kind of a broad net you throw out. You don't get a narrow focus and pick a couple people and only investigate them.
No, even in this case, day one, we arrest our suspect, but that doesn't end the work. There could be other people that were potentially involved. New information could come in, so we want to get on that early, try to figure out who is all involved in this family, friends of Jennifer, see what they had going on in the days leading up.
Do you know if Nick Frey was also tracked on cameras?
Yes, I believe that was tasked with Investigator Hoff.
And that's a common thing to do on any investigation, is that right?
It is.
After doing all of that, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with a Life 360 application for phones?
I have a general idea of what it is.
Were you provided with data on that from Kylie Frey?
Yes, Lieutenant Crable on January 19th had met with Kylie, and she provided her Life 360 data from her phone to Crable.
Did you end up with that data?
I did. After I had tracked Kylie over those 2 days on traffic cameras, then I reviewed the Life 360. I didn't look at that prior to. I wanted to have a clean slate, so I didn't miss anything when I was reviewing it. And those two, when I looked at them side by side, mirrored one another.
By the way, how long did it take you to review all those traffic cameras and track her on those days?
Well, I first pick her up on the morning of the 17th, leaving her residence about 9:25. And then I watch her until just short of 11 a.m. the next day. I have her at home throughout the night, Wednesday night into Thursday. I watched that camera throughout the entire night. So it took me hours to watch that 26 hours of footage.
Did you at some point compare the data from that Life 360 to what you found in your review of traffic cameras?
Yes, I noted they mirrored one another.
In all respects?
Sorry.
That was in all respects?
Yes, the Life 360, the first data, the oldest data that was provided to Crable was Wednesday afternoon around the 3:30 hour. So obviously I had more details as far as her movements. I had her from early that morning.
So you didn't see anybody leave the residence all night, the night of the 17th into the 18th?
No, she gets dropped off. She works at the Village Inn on JFK. She gets dropped off by a coworker right about 10:30. They stop right in the middle of the street in a white Nissan SUV. I can see Kylie get out of the passenger seat and then walk to her residence. I watched the entirety of that night on Jackson Street, and the next time I see her is right before 8 o'clock. She steps outside of her residence, gets in a cab. That cab drives her directly to the Village Inn. She goes back to work. She's there at 8:05, and the next movements I see from her is when Jennifer's neighbor, Jill Risselman, she picks her up in a green Jeep about 10:52 in the morning, and she drives her direct to the neighborhood on Avoca, showing up there about 11 o'clock.
And did that 360 data match up with that?
Yes, it did.
It showed that she never left her residence the entire night?
Correct. It shows her arriving at home from work on Wednesday evening, being home until I see her get in that cab and leave the next morning.
Now, in terms of possibilities, would it be possible for her to have slipped out the back door and evaded the traffic cameras and left her phone at home?
There's possible, and there's probable. Is it possible? But we have absolutely zero evidence showing that she ever left the residence.
Okay, now at some point in your investigation, you had contact with Tyler Dazey, is that correct?
Correct. When I entered the bedroom, when I was first on scene while we were waiting someone to bring in a Tyvek suit.
Did you have anything to do with putting on the Tyvek suit? Did you assist?
I did. I zipped it up.
What's the purpose of a Tyvek suit?
In this case, it was to preserve any possible evidence that was contained on Tyler or Mr. Dazey's body, specifically if there was any blood, hairs, or DNA from Jennifer.
And that has little boots that go with it as well?
Correct. It's all one piece.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, knowing where this is going, pursuant to Iowa Rules of Evidence 5.401, 5.402, and 5.403.
Okay, the objection's overruled. Go ahead, ask the question, Mr. Nelson.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Well, the first thing I noted was his erection. But then once we got him onto his feet, he had a blank stare on his face. He was moving slowly, lethargically, but he was following our commands.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Dazey at that time?
Not really a conversation. I introduced myself. I told him that he wasn't being placed under arrest, but he was being detained, and that we were going to be transporting him to the law enforcement center where we would talk to him down there. I asked him if he understood. He didn't respond audibly, but he did nod to me.
Did you end up taking him to the hospital first?
We ended up shifting gears, and eventually Officer Hesselbacher and I would transport him to Mercy.
Why did you decide to take him to the hospital?
Based on how he was acting, we were concerned that he may have ingested some kind of substance before police arrival, and we wanted to make sure that his vitals were stable and that he was medically cleared before we took any further steps in the investigation.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
We entered the ER with Mr. Dazey. Staff directed us to the behavioral health room because it wasn't so much he didn't have any traumatic injuries or anything that needed to be dealt with right away. Hesselbacher took him into that room. I met with staff just to explain to them the purpose of us being there and what we needed from them.
Was staff familiar with him?
Yes, one of the nurses specifically was familiar with Mr. Dazey.
Was Mr. Dazey examined?
He was by both nurses and the ER doctor.
What was the result of that examination to the extent you know?
They advised me that his vitals were all stable, he was cognizant, and that they would be clearing him medically.
Okay, so while you were at the hospital, was there any decisions made regarding search warrants?
There was. Prior to us ever leaving Avoca, we knew that we would be applying at this time for at least 2 search warrants, one for the house on Avoca and one for Tyler Dazey's person to collect any potential evidence. I contacted Captain Style, my captain, and then Hoff, who was working on the search warrant applications, to see what we specifically wanted to apply for, what we wanted to gather. And it was at that time we decided we wanted to collect specimens of his urine and his blood to go along with other items.
Did you stay at the hospital pending that warrant?
Yes, I advised hospital staff that we were going to hang tight there because we can't draw blood. We need the techs up there to do that. So we just stayed up there awaiting approval for the search warrant from the judge.
Was the warrant approved ultimately?
It was.
While you were waiting for the warrants, did you have any conversations with Mr. Dazey?
I did, and it was specific to the search warrant. Both Hoff and I assumed that Mr. Dazey lived at 1605 Avoca, but I had not confirmed that with him. So after my conversation with Hoff, I walked back into the BH room and I asked Mr. Dazey if he resided on Avoca. He just shrugged his shoulders. I then asked him if he normally stayed at his mom's residence, if that was his normal residence. His response was, "Whose mom?" I then asked him, "Is Jennifer Dazey your mother?" And his response to that question was pretentious.
Did you feel he was just being obstinate with you at that time?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
And it's leading, sustained.
At some point, did Mr. Dazey indicate he needed to use the bathroom?
Yeah, that was roughly about 25 minutes after we got to the ER. He advised that he needed to urinate. I knew that we were working on getting a search warrant to collect his urine, so I asked him if he could just hold tight. We had some processing to do. That's when he stated to me, "I'm letting go, the keys are yours." I again asked him, "Hang tight for me, we need to collect." That's when I told him, "We're gonna collect your urine." He then said, "I gotta pee." Again, I urged him to just hold on for a couple minutes. He then leaned back in the sofa that he was seated on, and I could hear him urinating inside the Tyvek suit.
Did he do that more than once?
Multiple times while we were at the hospital.
Did at one point you tell him that he could have held it?
I did. I was a little disturbed that a grown man wouldn't hold his urine for a couple minutes, and his answer to that was, "Wars are meant to be fought."
Did you try to collect a sample at one point when he was urinating?
Yes, approximately an hour later, we had already secured the search warrant. I had advised Mercy staff that we were ready to do the collection. They were outside our room, just getting their gear ready to go. I walked back in the room. Mr. Dazey advised that he had to urinate again. At this point in time, he had crawled down on the floor, asked if I could help him up. I helped him up off the floor. I told him, "Hey, you don't have to pee in your suit this time. Staff's going to walk in any minute. We'll have you urinate into a cup." Within seconds, staff walks in, and as they walk through the front door or walk into the door of the room, I hear him urinating in his suit again. I scrambled to try to unzip his suit and asked one of the nurses to bring over a collection cup. By the time that happens, we got just a very small sample.
Did you have another effort at collecting a sample?
Yeah, approximately 40 minutes later, Skrupski and I had, Officer Skrupski and I had transported Mr. Dazey from Mercy back down to the law enforcement center. I was at my desk. Skrupski was in the interview room with Dazey, just awaiting me to get prepared to come in and start interviewing him. Skrupski told me that he had to urinate again, so I asked Skrupski to escort Mr. Dazey to the bathroom, and I had a collection cup with me. We met in there. Again, I had unzipped his Tyvek suit to expose him. At that point in time, he thought that he felt as though he needed to urinate, but he didn't know if he could and thought it might be a couple seconds. He then stated, "I'm not trying to dick you around." I told him, "Hey, we got time. We'll just sit here. Let me know when you need to go." Within a matter of seconds, he said, "Quantum entanglement, brother," and he started urinating. I was only a step away with the cup. I was able to reach into his stream and got a proper sample.
What was his demeanor at that time?
Completely cognizant, like he's telling me, "Hey, I'm not trying to mess with you here. I got to pee, but it's going to take me a second." He was, in my opinion, completely aware of what was happening.
At some point, did you observe and photograph Mr. Dazey?
Yes, as part of the search warrant execution, which we did after the interview, a part of that we took photos. I took photos of his person. During that time, I noted some abrasions on the backside of his right hand, 2 on his index finger, 1 on this middle knuckle, and 1 on this knuckle, and then a 3rd abrasion to his ring finger, middle knuckle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 41. You recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do. I took that photo.
I would move to have Exhibit 41 admitted.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'm going to object pursuant to 5.403. I think that photograph is just flat out inappropriate.
Is what?
Just flat out inappropriate.
Let me view it, please.
Permission to approach?
Yes. Okay, State's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. I don't think you're plugged in.
Were you able to identify the person that you took the photo of?
Yes, that is a photo of Mr. Tyler Dazey.
And you positively identified him as such?
Correct.
And is he the same Tyler Dazey that is the defendant in this case before the court today?
Yes, he is.
Now, you can take that down. Did you interview Mr. Dazey at the law enforcement center?
Yes. Corporal Gorell and I interviewed him at 12:01 p.m. that afternoon in a recorded interview room in our CID offices.
Did you ask him about his sleep from the day before, the night before?
I did. That is a question that I regularly ask most people that I interview, just their normal sleep patterns. And I asked Mr. Dazey specifically how much sleep he had gotten the night before. He advised that he didn't get much sleep, upwards to maybe an hour at the most.
Did you also ask him when he last showered?
I did. I asked him about his bathing habits, and he advised that he used the shower in the main floor bathroom. He advised that he had taken one shower the evening before after he had a workout. He ballparked that to be around 8 p.m. And then he advised he had taken another shower just prior to police coming into his home that morning. And that is why he was naked.
Did you ask him if he owns a hatchet?
I did. Mr. Dazey acknowledged that he did own a hatchet. He advised me that he kept that hatchet in his toolbox within his bedroom. And he also noted that he had actually observed that hatchet that morning.
Did Mr. Dazey make any statements concerning his discipline and awareness of surroundings?
There were multiple times during the interview where he stressed how disciplined he was and how he was very aware of everything around him and what was happening.
Did you ask any questions about the layout of the house?
I did, and as soon as I asked that question, he said, "You were there." So he was obviously recognized I was in the room with him earlier that morning.
Did you ask him about his relationship with his mother?
I did. His response was, "It's fine, except for when she's acting sneaky like a witch." He then went on to talk about how his mother was part of a covenant of witches. I also asked, I followed that up with how he thought his mom thought of him. And his answer to that question was, "I think she hated me so much that she hated herself."
Did you ask when he last had a conversation with his mother?
Yes, he advised that was just before police came in and got him, and at the time she was practicing witchcraft.
Did he say where that conversation took place?
Yes, he stated that his mother was in her bed, again, noting that she was practicing witchcraft.
Did you ask about specific events that morning?
I did multiple times throughout the interview, early on when I tried to hone in on what he was doing in the minutes, the hours before police arrived. He would either say that he didn't remember or he would shift topic. Then toward the end of the interview, I again asked him what he could specifically recall happening before police got there. And he said that he was having a conversation in his head that he did not want to think about. This conversation was about trauma. He didn't want to think about it, and he would not expand on that when I asked him what that conversation was.
Did you ask him about his mom's witchcraft?
We went into that in a little more detail. He described her witchcraft as putting evil on him. He said just evil. I then asked him how he felt about his mother practicing witchcraft. And I think that is when he gets into stating something similar to, I just gave up. I just don't care. I don't need her to validate me. He then followed that comment up with, why would I care what a whore thinks? You sit around and drink yourself stupid, fuck like animals, and ruin your children's lives. Why would I care what a person like that thinks?
Did he say anything about, you know how witches are?
Yeah, that was in reference to, I asked him if he had ever called his mother a whore to her face. And he said, yeah, I did. I asked how his mom responded to that. And he said, she's a witch. You know how witches are. Oh, I'm better than you. I will be your fear. I will be your enemy.
Did you ask him to explain his mother's traumatic injuries?
Yes, about an hour and 18 minutes into the interview, I got to the point where I wanted him to explain the significant and severe injuries that she had. And when I asked him how she got these traumatic injuries, his response was witchcraft. I then specified that I was referring to the physical injuries to her body. He again responded witchcraft. I then asked him, I was going to need a little better understanding of how witchcraft could cause such injuries. At that time, Mr. Dazey ended the interview.
Did you leave the recorder on when you left the interview room?
Yes, the recorder stayed on until we were all done executing the search warrant on Mr. Dazey's person. So at the conclusion of the interview, that's when I told him that we had to collect evidence from him, provided him a copy of the search warrant. Carell and I then exited the room to gather up our gear for collection. After the fact, when I went back and watched the interview to type up my report, I noted that Mr. Dazey made some comments aloud while we were out of the room.
What did he say? What were the comments?
He stated, I would gladly spend an eternity in hell if she could just have a chance at heaven.
Was Mr. Dazey also alone in the squad car when you brought him to the port, when he was brought to the port down at the law enforcement center?
Yes, so Skorupski and I transported him from Mercy back down to the law enforcement center. Once we pulled into the Sally port, the two of us, I exited the squad car. In that process, I dropped my portable radio, the battery bounced off, and we were looking on the ground for my battery. Then we got him out. So he was in the squad car for over a minute before we pulled him out. After the fact, I went back and reviewed that footage from the squad car.
Did he say anything during that time he was in the squad car?
He did. Mr. Dazey made a couple comments during that time. He stated at first, they will never figure out the psychology. You have a choice, conquer me or hell it is. He then paused, stated, I love you, I'm tired, and that was the end of the comments.
Now, before Mr. Dazey was taken up to the jail floor after the interview, did he say anything spontaneously?
Yes, it was actually, he and I were just standing in the interview room together because we collected the Tyvek suit as evidence. I was waiting for Garrell to return with some clothing. We weren't talking, I wasn't questioning him, and he just stated aloud, witchcraft, brother, witchcraft. A lot that is wrong with my life. When people are trying to get in your way, when you are just trying to pursue happiness.
Did you tell him he was being arrested before he was taken up to the jail floor?
I did. He actually asked me if he was getting showered in, referring to going up to the jail floor. It was at that time I told him he was being arrested for the murder of his mother. His response was, "It's hard to argue witchcraft in court, isn't it?"
During all of your interactions with Mr. Dazey, did he at any time ever deny harming his mother or the dog?
Not once.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. On direct examination, you talked a little bit about watching the traffic cameras related to Kylie Frey or Kylie Dazey?
Correct.
All right. Are there any traffic cameras on Avoca?
There are not.
And which traffic camera were you watching on the corner of 24th and Jackson?
There's a camera at 24th and Jackson directed to the north, which captures the block in which she lives in or lived in at the time.
And does it show the front door of her residence?
It does not. Her door is on the south side of the residence, recessed away from the street. The front door is actually for the apartment upstairs.
All right. And are there any other exits from her residence?
There is a back door on the main floor.
Okay. And I take it from your traffic camera, you couldn't observe those?
No.
All right. Life 360, and I think you talked about this a little bit, but Life 360 only actually tracks the phone, doesn't it?
Correct.
All right. So if the phone doesn't move, it doesn't track anything.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that, I know you, is it fair to say that lots of people know about the thousands of traffic cameras in Dubuque?
Some do, some that have lived here forever, even actively involved in crimes, somehow don't realize it.
Okay. But lots of people do know about them, don't they?
Lots do, lots don't.
Okay. And they're not exactly hidden, are they?
No, they're not disguised in any fashion.
Okay. They're right out there sitting on top of the light poles.
Correct.
Now, you talked a little bit about quantum entanglement.
That was something Mr. Dazey stated to me right before he started urinating in the bathroom at the law enforcement center.
Did he explain to you what quantum entanglement was?
Tried to.
Okay. What did he tell you?
It's hard for me to explain.
If I were to show you your report, I think it appears in at least 2 different places in your report. Would that help refresh your memory?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm looking at pages 50.
Can you point out this one you're referring to?
Yeah, there's that one, and then over on 52, he talks about it in this area.
Okay. I'm ready, Mr. Blair.
Now, did he kind of explain to you what he meant by quantum entanglement?
From what I captured from that is, if I was sitting at home and I was doing something, say I was drinking a beer, and I thought about you, Mr. Blair, then all of a sudden, wherever you were on this earth, that you would get the urge to drink beer, that I could put thoughts onto you.
Okay. He also used that term in reference to kind of a possession, didn't he? And I'll refer you to page 50. He specifically talked as it related to possession.
Are you referring to someone trying to take over your being? Is that? Okay. He did make note of that.
On direct examination, you talked some about his mother practicing witchcraft. Did he explain to you how she practiced witchcraft?
From her bed on cell phones with the other persons in the covenant, and that she would practice witchcraft upon him.
Well, and didn't he say that she did that by meditating upon him and putting thoughts in his head and possession and things like that?
Yes, he went into that.
He didn't actually talk about a conversation with his mother. He simply talked about witchcraft in response to you asking about the last time he had a conversation with his mother. Isn't that right?
I asked him when he last had a conversation with his mother, and he stated, right before you guys came in and got me, she was practicing witchcraft.
Right. He starts going into, right before you guys came and got me, she was practicing witchcraft. Is that right?
That was response to his last conversation, his last interaction with his mother.
Okay. He said lots of things that really didn't make a lot of sense, didn't he?
Well, every time we would get to something pointed and he would start, say, acknowledge that he had a hatchet, then when we would get more pointed, then he would take me in a different direction.
He also talked about being worshiped, didn't he?
Yes.
And that tied in with the quantum entanglement and the witchcraft, didn't it?
Yes.
And I think also somehow tied into when he took his medications.
Correct.
If I can have just a minute, Your Honor. Investigator Rosenthal, was the interview recorded?
Yes, sir.
The whole thing was recorded, wasn't it?
Correct.
And I think you actually talked about going back and watching part of it after you'd originally left the room.
Yeah, in all cases, I watch my interview in full so I can document the interview in a written report.
Yes. Approach the witness. Okay, folks, we're going to take a short break to discuss a legal issue outside your presence. This will probably be about 10 minutes or so. Remember the admonition I gave you before, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Let the record reflect that we are in the courtroom in the presence of all the attorneys. The jury has been excused. Mr. Blair, you have an issue you want to discuss outside the jury's presence?
Your Honor, I have a recording of that interview, and I would like to offer that into evidence, and I would like to publish it to the jury. I would point out to the court that the state has opened the door to allow us to do so, that the rule of completeness allows us to do so, that the rule of completeness overcomes the hearsay objection. It doesn't overcome other evidentiary objections, but it does overcome the hearsay objection. That's specifically what it's addressed, what that rule addresses. And it's basically, I mean, you don't need me to explain the rule of completeness to you. You know what that means.
You make whatever record you want.
Essentially, Your Honor, the gist is that if they put in part of the story, we get to put in the rest of the story. And understanding this is one of the situations, a statement taken from a defendant, this is one of the situations where the rule of completeness directly comes into play.
Mr. Nelson, if you want to respond.
Certainly. This is not a situation where it's about completion because we did not play any portion of that interview. Had we done that, perhaps the completion might apply. It does not. Wanting to play part of that recorded interview is pure hearsay. There are no exceptions to that in the rules. And just because their client refuses to testify doesn't mean that they can come in and use hearsay to get that before the jury. If they indeed want the rest of the story, as they say, then the defendant can testify. He can say whatever he wants through testimony so that we can cross-examine him. That's what this system is all about, not about having testimony come in without the ability to cross-examine.
Mr. Blair, do you have any authority, any case law, or any rules that you want to cite to in support of your request?
I can get you the rule for rule of completeness. I kind of assumed that you knew which rule that was. Do you need that?
No, you made the statement that the rule of completeness automatically trumps any hearsay.
If you read the rule, that's what it's addressing. It's addressing situations where evidence would otherwise be kept out under the hearsay rule. And by implication, it overcomes the hearsay objection. That is specifically what it's addressing, is it's addressing situations where evidence would otherwise be kept out under the hearsay rule, under the rule against hearsay. And then that evidence is allowed to come in to complete the record, to allow the other side to respond and complete the statement. There is no restriction on whether that has to be done with witness testimony or whether it has to be done with, whether it can be done with a video recording of the statement that the witness was testifying about. The other thing about it, I would point out, Your Honor, is that my client has not, as of right now, has not refused to testify, and that's not the issue here. That's not an issue that's part of this decision, and it doesn't go into, it's not part of this. We're dealing with the fact that the state has put on part of it, has made assertions that are rebuttable with this. And we're proposing to complete the record and rebut those presumptions, those assertions.
You said the state has put on part of it. I think we can all agree the state has not shown any part of the video that you would like to show.
They have talked about what's on there.
Okay. So two components to this. Do you concede that what you want to play for the jury and offer into evidence is hearsay?
I would say that under the rules related to the rules of evidence, this would be an out-of-court statement by the defendant, not being offered by the state, so it's not by a party opponent. Give me 1 second, please. I am going to refer you to one piece of relatively recent case law. State versus Flores, Iowa Supreme Court case from January 26th of 2024. Deals directly with the rule of completeness. It was a situation where the defendant brought up in testimony certain aspects of a statement within a CPC interview, I believe. The state was then allowed, in order to complete the record, to play the entire CPC video. CPC video. The only significant difference between these two situations is who's asking.
Give me a second. I found Flores. It looks like it's 2 Northwest 3rd, 287. I think the portion of that case you're talking about, the Iowa Supreme Court says the rule of completeness applies regardless of which party opens the door. And I think that's the point you're making.
That is the point, Your Honor. That is at least part of the point that I'm making. And also the fact that you'll note that they went from somebody testifying about a statement that was made to being allowed to play the video, even though the defense hadn't played any portion of the video.
That case is certainly a little different factually. It deals with sexual abuse of a child. Do you know the age of the child from that case?
I do not off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I would note that they're not talking about in their analysis, at least in this portion of it, they're not talking about what's the word? They're talking specifically about the rule of completeness and not the catch-all rule that allows you to go around hearsay for child victims. They're not. The residual exception, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Ms. Lassance. That's the word. They're not talking about the residual exception. They're talking about the rule of completeness.
So without having read Flores in its entirety, I said sort of two components here. The first one, I think you've conceded that what you're proposing to put into evidence and show to the jury is hearsay. My second question for you, if the state asks Officer Rosenthal one question about some interaction he had with the defendant, and Officer Rosenthal talks about one particular comment the defendant made, do you take the position that that opens the door to the entire video coming in?
Your Honor, I don't propose to be an expert about at what point the door is opened. There was a lot more here than one point and one comment. I I understand your question, and I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I would say that this is not that hypothetical, that this is a situation where they talked about it at length and where Investigator Rosenthal gave opinions as to whether or not Tyler knew what he was doing.
Okay, I understand that's not the circumstance. That's why it is a hypothetical. It's different than what we had here. I understand that. I think you get my point, and that is, at what point do you believe the door is opened up? And I think your answer is there isn't any fine line.
I think that's correct. I don't think there's some bright line that you can, but I think it's fair to say that that line's been crossed here.
Okay. For now, my ruling is A, the state didn't show any portion of the video. B, what the state has offered up to this point in time is permissible. It's not hearsay. C, I think we've had a motion in limine that addresses this, and I think it was agreed upon by the defense. Now, that doesn't mean it automatically stays out. It means that we have to discuss it outside the jury's presence if you intend to go outside the motion in limine, which you have done, and I understand that. But you are entitled to cross-examine Officer Rosenthal about any portions of the video. You've seen it. You can ask him questions about things that the defendant may or may not have said. They may be objected to as hearsay. I don't know that. But you can cross-examine Officer Rosenthal on his expertise and his take on things that the defendant said. You're entitled to question this witness. I don't think you're entitled to put in, I don't know how long the video is, but a lengthy video where your client continually talks and discusses things that would be hearsay. I don't think you can shroud that under the rule of completeness and just say all of a sudden it all gets to come in even though it's almost entirely hearsay. I'm not going to let you show the whole video. You can offer it into evidence as a court exhibit if you want for purposes of completing the record and for appeal. But I don't think it's appropriate to let all of that come in when it is hearsay, and you have the right to cross-examine this witness.
May I make one point, Your Honor, in
Yes.
response? I would note, Your Honor, that while I can cross-examine him, I can't make him change his opinion. And he has made opinion statements about that. The jury is entitled to form their own opinion, but they're not being allowed to watch the actual interview.
I agree with everything you've said. What's your point?
Therein is the problem. The jury's right to form their own opinion has now been abrogated. It's now been curtailed. They're not being given that right.
Well, to the extent that he offered his opinion, he did so without objection. So if there was a question that called for an opinion and you don't believe that he was authorized to give that opinion, I didn't hear any objections, so it came in. You said I can't get him to change his opinion. I don't know if you can or you can't. That's cross-examination. But I understand your point. Any other record you want to make on this issue?
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to offer this as a court exhibit.
Let's call it E.
E.
E as in elephant. Okay. And you have a flash drive with the whole video on it. We will call that court exhibit E, and it will come in for that purpose. It will not be shown in open court. It will not go back to the jury.
And for the record, and I want to be 100% transparent about it, we did cut out the part where he asked for an attorney.
Okay.
So
understood. Thank you. Any other record from the defense on this issue?
I believe there is one reference in there that we were planning on cutting out, although we hadn't gotten that done yet, but there is one reference in there to his diagnoses, and that could easily be cut out.
Okay, understood.
It hasn't been on that exhibit, but it could. I mean, I was not proposing to show that portion to the jury.
Anything else from the state on this issue?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact that this interview was recorded really has nothing to do with the testimony. The recording was not mentioned except by the defendant. The state didn't play the video and didn't refer to it. And if what defendant is standing on is correct, then anytime there's a statement against interest, then a defendant would be free to play any recorded interview regardless of whether it's hearsay or not. It would just be a complete defeat of the hearsay rule, and it would defy hundreds of years of evidentiary jurisprudence. So I'm asking the court to overrule that and not allow that to be done, not allow it to be played.
Okay, and that's what I've already ruled. Mr. Hoover, do you want to give the court exhibit to the court reporter, please?
And actually, that's not true because he talked about it.
Okay, are we ready for the jury and to resume cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's bring the jury in. Please be seated, everyone. Okay, Mr. Blair, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, any redirect?
No redirect, no questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to step down. Another witness for the state?
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor, and the state rests.
All right, very good. Okay, folks, the state has rested. That means that we've received all of their evidence. There are a few things that the attorneys and I have to discuss at this point in time before we turn to the defense's evidence. So I'm going to give you a short break again. This break will probably be about 15 minutes or so. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
Can we approach real quick, Your Honor, before letting the jury go?
Yes. Okay. The attorneys approached and told me that the defense has their witness here and ready to go. In the interest of continuing to move things along, instead of sending you out to organize their evidence, they've got a witness ready. So we're going to go ahead and start with a witness for the defense. Go ahead and call your witness, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Corporal Justin Stair. apologize, Your Honor. I thought he was out there already. Okay, hold on.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Justin Stair, Justin, last name Stair.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Corporal, you're a certified peace officer, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been a peace officer?
24 years.
And you're currently a corporal. How long have you been a corporal?
That was probably about 8 years now. Or no, sorry, more than that, 12 years. Or yeah, 11, 12 years.
And you, what did you have to do in order to become a corporal?
Just whenever there's a promotional exam, we take a test and then we have an interview and then they certify a list and pick from that list.
And what are your current duties?
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Okay, right now I'm a street corporal.
And how about back on January 18th of 2024, what was your assignment at that time?
I was a corporal back in criminal investigations.
And on that particular day, did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any idea about how many pictures you took?
Not right offhand, a lot.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And was that a photograph you took?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jury where, in conjunction of the house, was that photograph taken?
So if you're looking at the house, it would be on the left-hand side where the driveway area.
Could you say that again? I apologize.
If you're looking at the house, it'd be on the left side of the house, which I believe that would be the east side of the house or southeast side of the house and the driveway area.
Okay. How far from the stairs would it have been?
I'm not sure by distance.
It would have been fairly close to the stairs?
If you're talking about the rear stairs, correct?
Yes.
Where the rear stairs was at, if they're here, it's somewhere further away from the stairs. I mean, we're like right at the base of it going up. I know that it was somewhere right in on the driveway, more towards the driveway area.
Was there a particular reason you took a picture of this area?
Just taking photographs. This struck me as something to take a photo of. You know, if there's possible print or whatnot. At the basics of or the base of the
photos, is just taking overalls of everything as you can see, or as is.
Sure. Did you have an opportunity to observe the rear door?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to observe the steps at the rear door?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observation of those stairs?
Obviously there was snow on them, snow covered, and there was prints or impressions in the steps.
Did you take any pictures of those?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you didn't?
No.
Then there's, could you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? You also took some pictures of tracks, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit C. Okay. And are these the tracks that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever able to make any kind of determination as to what made those tracks?
I knew they were definitely animal tracks.
Okay. Do you have any kind of idea what kind of animal?
My guess would be a rabbit or a squirrel. I live in the country and I see those all the time every winter. So it's one of those animals.
Do you have any idea about how deep the snow was?
I don't recall right offhand how deep it was.
Did you take any close-up pictures of those tracks?
I thought there was some that took closer photos, if I remember right.
Just have a minute. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Corporal.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Corporal Stair. How are you today?
Good.
Good. Okay, so one thing we can see from these photos is that it is definitely, can I keep that up, Mr. Hoover? Thanks. It's definitely snow covered out there, right?
Yes.
In your experience as a person and a officer, how great are photos taken in white snow?
Not very good.
Okay. You did take close-up photos of those tracks though, correct?
I believe I had some that were a little closer.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 42. There are two photos here. Can you take a look at those? Can you tell me what those are, Corporal?
Yes, like the animal tracks that I saw before.
That you took a close-up of these tracks in Defendant's Exhibit C?
I believe so.
Okay, can you see in those photos the tracks up close?
Not really.
It's difficult,
Yes.
but can you make them out?
In this one, yes. And at an angle, yes, you can kind of see them here as well.
Okay.
It's faint, but you can see them.
And in those photos, what do those tracks appear to be to you?
Animal tracks.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
42 is admitted.
Can we take that? Take the picture down. Are you done with it?
Yeah. Okay, can you put up your exhibit, was it C, Mr. Hoover, the other one you referenced?
The A.
A, can you put that one up, please?
On a minute, let me just. All right, it's up, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, does it appear in that photo that there are several fairly distinctive footprints or tracks?
Yes,
Okay. Could it also be possible that there could be footprints or tracks from within the home or somewhere else around this crime scene?
correct.
And would it make sense for you as an officer to photograph this in case those things are found so you can do a comparison?
Correct.
Because snow melts, right?
Yes,
Those tracks are going to be gone at some point.
yes.
Okay. And may I put up, can you put up the states, please?
Yes.
I'm putting up exhibit 8. Okay. Corporal, you have a laser pointer up there, right?
Yes.
Actually, I think I'm going to take it from you.
Okay, go right ahead.
In the first photo in States Exhibit 8, you see the staircase there?
Yes,
Okay, and anywhere in front in this photo, do you see an area where defendant's Exhibit A could potentially be from within this photo?
no,
Okay. Now, in the second photo in States Exhibit 8, we have that same door right there, correct?
yes,
Okay, in the corner down here, we see what appears to be a bit of concrete. Do you see that?
yes.
Would it make more sense that that is the spot that they're referencing in that previous photo?
It could very well be.
Okay, and as you looked in the sequence of the photos that you did, let me ask you this. Do you typically take photos in sequence as you're processing a scene?
When doing overall photos, yes,
Okay, and would it makes, and you did it in a sequence in this case, correct?
correct.
Okay, so would it make sense in your sequence as you reviewed it, that this area would make more sense for the photo that they're referencing?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where? The driveway?
Yes,
Would it make sense that that area of melted snow surrounded by snow, ice, tracks was made by a car at some point?
could have been, yes.
Okay, no other questions.
Mr. Hoover? Thank you. I'm just going to keep that up, if that's okay. Okay. Corporal Stair, I think this is the area you were talking about right down here, correct?
Yeah, somewhere in that area where I believe that print was from, yes.
And would there be any possibility of someone entering the house from this position right here?
Could they wave? Yeah,
Would it make more sense that someone might have entered the house from over here?
they could have.
Okay. No further questions.
Nothing else.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, now there are some issues that the attorneys and I will go through. We'll give you a short break. 15, this will probably actually be a little bit longer break, probably 15 or 20 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, the record will reflect that we are now outside the presence of the jury. The state rested their case. We had a sidebar. All parties agreed that rather than the defense making motions at that point, we were going to take the testimony of Officer Stair because he was here and I think believed to be fairly short. The defense will make any motions they have now. The court will consider those motions to have been made at the close of the state's evidence and to be timely. Mr. Nelson, you agreed to that?
That is agreeable.
Okay, very good. Any motions from the defense? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we would make a motion in judgment of acquittal. Looking at the evidence in light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, the state hasn't presented any evidence of malice or forethought or premeditation as required in elements 3 and 4 of at least the uniform jury instructions. Your Honor, in fact, the evidence of kind of what happened is fairly scant, other than definitely there was a homicide that took place, but there's little to no evidence that there was premeditation involved in here. There was any kind of planning. There's little to no evidence of malice or forethought in this particular case. Additionally, I would say that the state hasn't even met its burden as far as Tyler Dazey is the one who committed these actions. All we have is Mr. Dazey was in the residence and that he owned something that may have caused these injuries. No affirmative evidence saying that Mr. Dazey possessed it on that day or used it on that day. So we believe that murder 1 and murder 2, there has not been a sufficient question for the jury made. As to any of the other lesser includeds, including voluntary manslaughter, we won't at this point make a motion in judgment of acquittal for any of the remaining lesser includeds, aside from number 1, that again, the state hasn't generated a jury question looking at the light most favorable of the state that Tyler Dazey was the one who inflicted these wounds. And then as far as the animal abuse, Your Honor, while certainly, again, the state has failed to prove or at least generate a jury question looking at the light most favorable to the state that Mr. Dazey inflicted any serious injury, death, or injury on the animal. But additionally, the code section specifically has an exception, which if the defendant was the owner or didn't have or had the owner's permission to euthanize the dog in a reasonable manner, if the animal is in a permanent state of pain or suffering. And again, looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, 1, the state hasn't proved that the defendant wasn't a co-owner of this dog, that even if he was a co-owner, that he wasn't acting at the behest of his mother, and that the testimony that was given was that it was 1 strike and the dog died instantaneously. And again, the state hasn't provided any evidence that the animal wasn't at the time in a state of pain or suffering. So with that, Your Honor, we would ask that you grant our motion in judgment of acquittal.
The state's response.
Thank you, Judge. In reference to the status of the dog, our first witness said that the dog was Jenny's dog, and that under the statute is all the state would have to prove, and we don't need to prove that dog to the exclusion of all potential owners. That would be something the defendant would have had to need to bring up. When it comes to the elements presented to the jury, the state's position is certainly that a fact question has been presented to go to the jury's consideration. Evidence was that when Nick showed up at 1605 Avoca Street on January 17th, approximately 8:00 p.m., Tyler was home that night. Ring camera from the front of the door shows Jennifer Dazey letting Echo in from going outside at 10:00 p.m. There is no more movement on that camera until 8:38 a.m. when Christy Fullman arrives at the home. What does she see? Tyler Dazey naked. As she sees him, she waits and he then goes into another room. She then proceeds to locate Jennifer Dazey in the bed in the same residence with one Tyler Dazey. Police are called and they respond. It's clearly a gruesome murder scene. And long story short, they process the scene. They find a tactical hatchet that clearly is capable of producing the wounds that Ms. Dazey suffered, as well as the wound that Echo Dazey suffered. The medical examiner also testified to that same fact. If the jury looks at the photos themselves and looks at the hatchet, they are able to make a determination as to whether or not that hatchet, owned by Tyler Dazey, seen by him that morning upon his own admission, was in fact the weapon used in those crimes. When it comes to the issue of premeditation, deliberation, malice aforethought, and all the other things, number one, the state has alleged, and I believe proven, that a hatchet was used, which is a dangerous weapon, which changes the discussion for the jury. Second of all, if that is not determined, the state has shown that there were 17 separate wounds to Jennifer Dazey, one wound to Echo, that's 18. The jury can hear argument as to what that means and will be given an instruction that those things, premeditation, deliberation, all those things, do not require any specific time. But state alleges that that would take some time to swing that hatchet 18 times. The state believes, considering this, even despite other doors on the home, there is an ultimate fact question as to whether or not the defendant committed these acts, and the evidence has tied him to it. And we are asking that evidence has tied him to it. And we are asking that you deny the motion.
Hey, Your Honor, we would propose that the state's theory of premeditation would essentially make it impossible to have anything other than murder in the first degree. If you struck more than once, then that automatically meant that you had premeditation, and that's just not what the standard is. So.
Okay, I understand the argument both ways. I think what the state's saying is if there's one shot and you pull the trigger, it's instant. If you swing something as dangerous as a sharp axe and swing it 17 times, that there's time in between each time that you strike a blow with that. That's the argument. And I understand the defense's point is, well, does that mean every time someone is hit more than once with a dangerous instrument that it automatically creates premeditation? I get it both ways. That helps to show that on that issue, it's a fact issue that the jury's going to have to weigh and have to decide. The motion made by the defense has to be considered in the light most favorable to the moving party. In this case, I won't rehash all of the evidence, but we certainly have enough evidence in the record to generate a fact issue as to both counts, count one and count two. I am going to deny the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. Any other motions from the defense?
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
Anything from the state at this point?
No, Judge.
Okay, we'll go off the record. The record will reflect that we are now outside the presence of the jury. Both parties have rested. Any motions that the defense wants to make at this time?
Your Honor, we would just renew our previous motion.
Okay. Any response from the state other than what has been stated before? No, Judge. All right. I will consider the motion and the same arguments that were previously made and the resistance made by the state for the same reasons I gave before. There is a fact issue that hasn't generated that the jury will have to rule on. I am going to deny the motion again for judgment of acquittal. Anything else from the defense at this time? From the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go off the record. Yeah, we didn't call it anything. Amanda, is that on that flash drive?
That's all that's on this.
Is that the video?
Yes.
Okay. We didn't call it anything on the record. But I'm not saying no. See you guys.
See you later.
Good night.
Have a good night.
D&E. Yeah. So Judge, on D, I did do an exhibit placement and I called it court exhibit D. Do I need to do that? Yeah. Well, I think the appellate court can look at it either way. That's what makes it a court. Oh. Oh. Well, I think that's why we. In my placeholder, I specifically put it that it was a court exhibit, so.
Okay.
Everybody uses placeholders, so everybody uses placeholders in EDMS.
Yeah.
They make photocopies of the disk and upload that.